Alrighty, hello. I didn't use the restroom, so now I'm here. Okay.
have you learned? I was programmed to beat you.
Holy cow, that's fucking cool. Thank you, thank you. I'll be right back real quick. I just gotta check my door for a second or two. But thank you, and then I'll get back to you soon. Alrighty, I'm back. Sorry about that. But how's it going, being casual one? I shit on my exams, but yeah, it's going. Okay. Well, there's always a better luck next time, but yeah. Well, I hope you're doing alright, but Happy New Year's, by the way. I'm just finding some references real quick to help me with kind of doing, because kind of mixing some, maybe some like orange patches and green patches, like some kind of like a little bit like a Vitligos kind of thing. Trying to get some ideas for the for texture. Are you still working on the same project? Happy New Year too. Well, recently, this week, I got done with a different side project. I kind of put the, this week kind of like on hold just for a little bit because I did want to finish off like some of the writing that I wanted to do. But if you do want to check out like a small post about it, I did put it on the on Blue Sky Social. But ain't what this is your name ends with NG. Oh yeah, it ends with MG. Just 2 letters. But yeah, happy New Year's Void. Void stood. Now usually a lot of people get like some kind of like New Year's resolution or something like that, so does anyone have like some New Year's ideas that we're gonna try for at least a month or 2? Same here, what a coincidence. Oh, cool. Yeah, I heard NG's pretty much a common name over the other side of the world. Yeah, but when I'm like where I'm over here, it's pretty much a very super rare last name. Give my final exams properly at like at least 85%, and I'll be grateful. Awesome. That's good. You know your own expectations, so that's good. Ooh, maybe at the end could be a bit orangey. That one makes sense.
We can prepare to kill the operation. It ain't fair, but I feel like we're the nation. So raise the flag and do the preparation. Welcome to reality, there's no way back. Welcome to reality. Can't fuck with that. It's okay to be on top like forever, man. This is hard fucking beeping after aliens. We on top of the world, we the sapiens. Do you understand massive complication there? Do you really think you know what I'm made of? My flow is so magical, I'm old, call me Gandalf. You can charm.
Oh, I'm sorry. I only speak English.
But I cannot do this at all.
Let me see if I can translate that though. Oh, bless you. Thank you. Thank you. What? I'm not interested in answering those questions right now. Google's trying to see if I'm a robot. I'm just gonna ask a different search engine. Oh. France will win World Cup 2026. It has something to do with the Olympics or something, because I do know, I see it every once in a while, but okay. France will win World Cup and okay, I get. Alrighty. Hello, Aria. I'm gonna say Artie. How's it going? Artie647. I'm just playing around with colors at the moment. Changes the nature. Looks cool. Thank you. Right now I'm just looking over my other character concepts of color that I did and trying to see if I want like a similar pattern to it. Because I noticed a use of certain dominant colors, but I used the color roughly around between magenta and cool colors. So I'm just trying to figure out if I want her skin to be this color or this color. And there's also purple too. But I already have someone that already mostly has the identity of purplish. And it'll also make sense to stick with the nature colorish too as well, because she just does have a root arm for it. Yeah, because probably this one would be a little bit too obvious. So if I do stick, or I could just keep it back to normal I had originally. I mean, this would make sense for the future of whatever I do with the armor color for that too as well.
Oh, so suddenly you poison the air I breathe. But if you don't hate me, then why would you break me? Feel it in my bones. I'm about to lose control. Only so much I'm taking. So get yourself to safety. 'Cause baby, a storm is coming.
What if I keep it like this? It's between those two. I'm gonna say alt color 1 for now, and then I'll just come back to that if I change my mind. Because since I have like a mask save, I can just easily switch it on and off. But I am going to need a black and white variant. Oh, wrong button. So we'll just keep this, call this black and white. See, because it does help with the value check as well. I do often also post my other character designs on social media too as well. Take a look. focus on a new layer for now. And we'll call this color 1. Alrighty. Because I do think her arm also comes out over here too as well. Yeah, it does. Oh, well, now that kind of color kind of gives me a little bit of idea. I also got to keep in mind not to be completely too biased with yellow, even though yellow is my favorite color, but I try to open my options. Maybe in some areas of the light I can do that for. That makes sense. Oh. Let's control. I wonder if I choose to do, well, maybe not an overlay, but I do need something to blend. So maybe put it on normal 50%. Just have some orangish spots here. We can get something out of this. And have one of those. And turn this into an eraser. Maybe it gets a bit more texture like here. To make that skin change a bit more obvious. I'll do some a little bit over here too. Yeah, I think that was what I was looking for in the first place. No, actually, I'm getting some ideas now. This could be not as bad. From the top one, maybe. But then I'll have to split this in from over here to see if I'm going to do any quick color revision. Hello, Key. How's it going? You've drawn. Thank you. Right now, I'm just figuring out my color theory at the moment. So I'm just playing around with stuff. So, and then let's see if we can convert and delete. Okay. Now there would have to be a way to clear all this. So oh, there we go. Okay, I did it. And invert again. And control delete. There we go. We split those apart now. So now on its own behavior. Yes, okay, so now I can just play around with it and just change and adjust. So I'm just gonna call this. Well, I'm gonna put these in groups. I'm gonna call this color group base, and then we're gonna call this C1 skin, and yeah, we'll just say C2 hatch, which is okay. And then now I have create my own little tools that I can quickly change my stuff if I need to do a bit more revision much more easier. this for now. If I'm gonna keep this one as it is, fair, and then the green. But the blue and the orange kind of mix well together a bit, so. Maybe I can make it a bit more greener. But then, that's an interesting, nice contrast here. Well, we'll have to see as we keep like adding these patches around here.
have you learned? I was programmed to beat you. The same mistakes. I was programmed to beat you.
Alright, see you around, being casual one. Thanks for lurking in. Oh, hello, Blue Flame Pumpkin. How's it going? Yeah, hello, human being. Hi, how's it going? You know, I think on YouTube Shorts for the live streams, I think said hi is probably it's a context of another form. I know it's another form of saying hi, but I'm just curious if there any reason with a said as a past tense. I mean, because you're already live at present. Oh, love your art, by the way. Oh, thank you very much. How are you? I'm doing good. I couldn't stay awake with a Happy New Year's Eve a couple days ago, but I'm fine. Yeah. But I recently just got done with the my whole kind of writing scripts ideas. So I mean, eventually on that side project, I will do some like other concept art for that, but I think I'll put that on pause for now so I can focus on this other project I have in mind for like some kind of like game ideas. But I'm doing great, thank you very much. But if you do want to check out any of my other characters or other stuff I post on social media, I do have Blue Sky though, so feel free to check that out. Which I also do 3D stuff too as well. But if you got any questions or anything, feel free to ask. Or just lurk. Tell me if I have any favorite OCs. Generally, I try to my best to like well most of my the OCs that I make equally, but I don't really have like a pure favoritism or anything for them, but I do love creating some like ideas what I like specifically about the designs as a whole. Hi Mew, how's it going? But I do have others, but I recently started creating new ones, so but some of them were kind of older too as well. But if I have to choose, I kind of do like Galeness and Christella, but I used to one of my super early OCs I had was Tweet, but he's changed over the years, so I kind of put him as like a like an okay character for now. But I do have like I think I'm more attached to how well their importance in as a story as a whole, because I do have another interesting different story, but I did put that on pause like several months back just to wait for a few years from now until I get my other ideas done. But that's something to do with kind of like almost similar like a high school scenario, but then much more high school age, but most likely she dropped out of that, but she has her own like weird moral sense of like story, kind of like evolving from a horrible person to a better person, but it's kind of like something like that in the middle between. But I just feel like I need more time to figure out a little bit more about Mia. But she's much more like a deaf guitar kind of player aspect. Yeah, we have overseas too. Cool. How do you draw an Amity? Well, most likely if you understand like the simple basics of like shapes and forms, you can pretty much over time once you find an area to click the practice on, that'd be cool. But most likely you can always refer to like other illustrations that's done from Amity in the past, but I won't go like overboard to like read every single organs or bodies or anything, because that's completely unnecessary for art. But all you need is like certain visuals of which you've seen before, or whatever things you can reference. Kind of does help you in getting why certain shapes works with other stuff in the past. But also helping with certain assets to make things draw easier for you in the future can help. But it's also many things too as well. But I'm pretty sure there's like other YouTube tutorials that does talk more about that deeply, about that too. But it's just like try to, if you're new to it, you can try to practice some things a bit about it. But once you get to like a experimental stage, I would say try with your own ideas while practicing the fundamentals at the same time. Because the way how I learned in the beginning was more to like trying to keep it fun for myself, but yet don't go like repetitively just practicing just the basic stuff and stuff like that. Practice while achieving some of the ideas that you have in mind, like in small scope, and then just do iterations as time goes by. What's the name of this OC? This OC had got a recent name. It's more like Isili, but it was much more. I think last week I did some like some passing ideas a little bit with Weirdo. I think he was that was his username, but we were chatting a little bit and then just figuring out everything's okay about some character name ideas and stuff. It was kind of fun. But so this one's like pretty much newer, so I'm just like figuring out the color palettes as I go by. But I do have options to make things easier, like some tools just to quickly change things around. Yeah. It was based on the word celestial. But then I did some Googling and then just research, and it was much more like a scrambling game. Like you just like pair up new words and see how the suffix would work out. Because coming up with a name does take time as well. It's much more of like the mental thinking too. It's plus also how often the name is used for other products and brands too as well. Yeah, I already described it so that I could see more of your future lives. Oh, cool. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I try my best to keep the streams every like once a week on Friday mornings. If mostly 80% if it's possible, because if anything happens, I might have to like kind of reschedule things a little bit. Is the other half still an outline? Yeah, the other half is still an outline from there. But here was the ideations I had in here. But some of the notes are in the Word document, but I did start out with these designs over here, and then I just break them down over here. Now for concept, sketching on terms of fidelity kind of doesn't matter a little bit, because it's just an idea. It's not like a illustration or anything, or not the final version of it. So it's okay to play around and be messy with a little bit, and just put some notes for yourself to get some ideas in the future how what certain things means. So, and then once you get to like a certain point, when illustration becomes necessary, then that's when you do it. But in terms of concept art, I concept art is much more like a much nice fancy word for term for like an idea book, most likely. And it depends on what certain things you would need to help to tell your concepts and stuff like that. Because I also do like to do illustration arts too. My phone's gonna die, but I'm gonna sub before I leave. Awesome, thank you very much. I would check out the Blue Sky or my other social medias. It's on the description below, or you can visit my profile page. I am on ArtStation and Twitch as well. But yeah, charge your phone before it dies. Yeah, just don't let it fall under 20%. Have a good day. Yeah, no, focus on it. I'll just give her a regular color teeth. There's not really that much customization with teeth, unless you're doing like some kind of like meaning with metallics and stuff. Give her a regular teeth to see what it looks like. Maybe a little bit yellowish. We'll see. Because there's other colors that's kind of like when you use certain ones. So you may just have to trick the color theory a little bit just to get it there.
would you break me? Feel it in my bones. I'm about to lose control. Only so much I'm taking. So get yourself to safety. 'Cause baby, the storm is coming. You better heed the one and pray. Don't stay. Run away, 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 away. Feel how the rain is pouring. I'm at you like a hurricane. Don't stay. Run away, 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 away.
Okay.
Suddenly, you poison the air I breathe. But if you don't hate me, then why would you break me?
Insanely underrated. Thank you, thank you. How's it going, Gamer God?
So get yourself to safety. 'Cause baby, the storm is coming. You better heed the one and pray. Don't stay. Run away, 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 away. Feel how the rain is pouring. I'm at you like a hurricane. Don't stay. Run away, 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 away. Feel how the rain is pouring. I'm at you like a hurricane. Don't stay. Away, away, away.
Oh, and for those who are watching, for new viewers, I do have other portfolios or other social medias if you want to see any other small updates in the future about my other past projects or whips. So I also do 3D stuff too as well. Go.
to kill the operation. It ain't fair, but I feel like we're the nations. Raise the flag and do the preparation. Welcome to reality, there's no way back. Welcome to reality. Can't fuck with that. Yeah, it's okay to be on top like forever, man. This is hard fucking beeping after aliens. We on top of the world, we the sapiens. Do you understand massive complication there? Do you really think you know what I'm made of? My flow is so magical, I'm old, call me Gandalf. You can shine, but I'm about to go off. Heard me wanna believe what I'm saying, but I cannot do this at all. Welcome to reality, there's no way back. 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 Welcome to reality, there's no way back.
Have you tried using Krita? I heard about it, but never used it before. But I do know it's a great open source people for people who are trying digital art first time before making a extreme commitment to buy like professional products like Clip Studio. Maybe Photoshop. I mean, Photoshop, I'll admit it is a professional product, but it's just a terrible business practices for individuals. But as a group, understandable. But like if you're doing like a group project with Photoshop, then it makes sense. But I don't know. It has a weird business practices for individual creators. But this is like Clip Studio Paint, but I used light screen mode. But it's like a gray, like grayish, not full on white. Cool art, man. Thank you, Store Front 247. Much appreciated. How's it going? Just curious on Krita. I've been using Photoshop for 10 years now. Oh, okay. Makes sense. Yeah, but I did took a peek with Krita. Krita does have her own like animation kind of thing, so you can do 2D animation on there if you want to on Krita. But I'm more interested with the 3D side when it comes to like just doing loop animations for that for games. But let's see. Yeah, Krita has some interesting tools, but I feel like I think it's a bit similar to GIMP and Inkscape, because I think we're almost from the same open source brands, but I could be wrong. But the layout's a bit similar to that, because you do get more images to click on to use. It has her own like it's similar to in terms of brushes, but it is possible you can create your own brushes in Krita, but I don't know the setup to that. Pretty much something similar with alpha brushes. But I do know in Paint Tool Sci, it's like an arm and a leg to import and create custom brushes there, because you have to literally go through the file folder kernels to install them manually yourself. Because before I got used to Clip, I was on Paint Tool Sci for quite a while when I was starting out for digital art. Because you have to name your folder specifically just to import your brushes there. I've been looking for support over artist platform. A concept art is great. Thank you very much. Yeah. If you do want to take a look at my other socials, I do have there too as well. I do post whips on Blue Sky Social though. But every once in a while I do try to update stuff on ArtStation. Thank you. You're welcome. Thanks for the insight. I will lurk now. Cool. I'll buy your way 100%. Thank you very much. You have been blessed by Cypher. Cypher, see you soon. Okay, will do. Oh, that makes it a bit more saturated. Let's see. Do that. Grayscale that just a bit. So, I can do. Let's see. I can grab. And I'll just basically erase these over here because I kind of like the RGB going on here. And we'll just merge those two together. Nah, I'll just lasso it. Well, what's the coolest thing you've ever dreamed? Oh, drawn. My bad. Kind of skipped a little bit. Coolest thing I've ever drawn. Well, let's see. I'm trying to figure out the other characters I did. Like, for starters... I mean, she's relatively new, but, I think there was other better ideas I had. Let's see. I think... illness, or... let's see... What do you mean, clip soon? Come on. It's been a while I've away. Because I do have, I think Illness was one of the interesting ones I had because it was based on a, like a, kind of like a crystallist creature, kind of like, but he was much more like a, kind of a dark being, kind of dragonish-like. I can find it here. Hey. Folders of folders. Yeah, there we go. I found him. Yeah, I know, bro. So this is like what one of them I had in here. But this was like the kind of like a more of a rough sketch of him. Or those are monsters. Either works. Kind of keep it like much more like a balance, a bit of mix of fusion of kind of style. So let's see. Is it still around here? Nah, it's not here. I think it's in my other folder. If I had Mia for anything. Okay, that's pretty sweet, I guess. But I do have other characters like I think Molly was also another interesting one too as well. Let's see. And then I'm trying to figure out the ones I did really push. I mean, Christelle is okay by appearance stands, but it's much more between pushing it and then versus just like it's good enough, but based on her story background, it kind of is what it is because it's kind of her own. There's another side lore I kind of have for her species, why she's appeared to be that way in her skills. But I do also have, let's see. Well, I can try to pull it up and figure out somewhere because it's been a while to look over my other files. Now let's go over here. But yeah, it'll go a while, but if you looked over, now you're over here. Okay. Yeah, but if you look over my Blue Sky Social, you can find more stuff there too. Or even my art station. So no, let's just pull up art stations, just easier that way because I'll be here finding in minutes trying to look over my order files. So I'm just gonna pull up that link real quick. And then I'm just gonna find as an example I had over here. Because I'm sure you can pretty much find other stuff I have over here as well. So yeah, some kind of stuff like that too. There's another one I had for a different character in mind, but and then this one I was just playing with like basically zombified rhinoceros, kind of like alien-like-ish. Okay, these are like older ones here too as well.
Then there's the other ones I had for for like little stickers I kind of have in mind. Kind of stuff like that. But there's like last year in October. But I think my style did change since then. That's only that's only when I was trying to like around was in between trying to hybriding between Clip Studio and Paint Tool SI. And then here's the other ones here. Kind of at that too. I think Lily has some like her bit interesting with the tentacles and ice kind of stuff like that. So those two. But then these are kind of like, this one's like almost more than a year and a half back. I don't know, my style kind of like evolves over time too as well. Kind of bishish. A bit. Too as well. And then, yeah, that was just me playing around with like creative creature ideas here too. But yeah, you can just look over more of that stuff around here in ArtStation. Yeah, okay, we're for maxing in the big 26. I mean, not completely. I'm just borrowing a couple things and I'm just changing other things. Because I like just to, for example, like you just take pieces of DNA and just find other things that you kind of like about like certain aspects, and then you just play with the my brain random slot and then just make something out of it. I think it was almost a last minute decision to decide to just make them like the feet almost like kind of like wolf kind of like, or wolf and more slightly more bunnish, like if we go over here at the bottom, because over my early ones over here I kind of like different ideas how the foot will go. I was most look like thinking about could be just like some kind of like shoes material or something like that, and then I kind of like changed it up a bit at the end. But we're rolling with the bizarre feet here. Oh, and then I think I was show. What else I had? No, I had something around here. Oh, yeah. And then here's like the other idea I kind of had in mind in the past. I was just like, it was for like a student project I had, so kind of stuff like that. So you can take a look over there too as well. Happy New Year, Smuckleberry. How's it going? How was your New Year? You got like a little happy snowman there. Hope I can stream my art this year. That's my goal. Awesome. What kind of art you planning to stream? Oh, landscapes. Yeah, forgot. You did landscapes. I saw them before. I remember. You're like Bob Ross. Yes, I remember. Yeah, acrylics. Have you ever tried like bit more like color theory wise of like what have you done like landscapes or have you done like landscapes with the like I know it's like similar like fall weather kind of like aesthetics, but maybe the trees to have like different unique colors other than just warm colors, but maybe like kind of like between red, magenta, and purple, kind of like those trees. I'm just throwing in some ideas, but Then it'll end up being like some kind of like alien world kind of dish. No, but I'll try that. Okay. Yeah. Because I don't think I haven't seen that much of landscapes, or well, I haven't searched in the past, like, other landscapes that kind of have like much more like a, still like a earthy vibe, but then kind of bit like way super artificially different. I got some paints for Christmas. Oh, cool, cool. That's awesome. What's the drawing app you use often most? I use Clip Studio Paint. I've been using a lot only just Clip Studio Paint lately. But I did start using the Affinity 3.0 only specifically for like UX design stuff and YouTube thumbnails, so I need to create something real quick. Because I feel like graphic design does benefit more most in Affinity. Somewhat real, somewhat fantasy, kind of like that, yeah. Because I kind of remember, like, in there's an interesting environment in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon where explores a time or sky or whatever version of darkness. I did like the floating temple islands, kind of stuff like that, because they kind of mix some natural stuff around it, but then they use certain temples to like kind of float around, kind of like almost like it. The whole landscape is still connected, but then they kind of like use kind of somewhat like Gravity Zero wise. Your inhabity is insane. Thank you very much. Yeah. If you do want to check out my other characters or stuff I do for 3D, feel free to check out my social media. I do post whips a lot more often on Blue Sky. But I've stopped doing it on Instagram and Twitter because the algorithm hates me for whatever reason. So we're just gonna, I'm pausing on there for now until like something changes there. I still have my other socials there on too as well, but it's not listed in there at the moment. You use like references to details for your drawing? Oh yeah, I do use references, but most of the time, like, I like to use the references as like secondary thought, and then as my primary thought, I do like to train myself to see some things to allow myself to just be more experimental with appearance, like for characters. But I still use references secondary to have some sort of idea if I do have a little bit of trouble trying to see what shape I'm trying to go for. But then I also look at other different kinds of designs and then try to imagine how would they look like kind of them like together and stuff and ish. And then most of the time if there's an idea that popped in my head, like something with a silhouette eye, but I kind of like have different designs in that, I'll just go like just think about like other appearance of how would kind of like tattoos be like a little bit, since we're kind of very minimalistic to begin with. So that was just like some ideas I just quickly thought of and stuff as well. Because there were some things at some point kind of like this and like that, and then I kind of like ditched it and then kind of make it her own kind of like suit like a bit. And then I just kind of like decide which one I'm going to go for.
Humans, what have you learned?
But yeah, references do help. They do help. If you like for example, if you have like an art block happening and you just need to also keep pace with your with a kind of a workflow you're kind of do, then that's when references can help you understand the process much more easier, or be a little bit of help for you. But it also comes with like also certain styles and techniques, of course. But yeah, but that's amazing, man. I hope I get better like you someday. Oh yeah. We feel with time and ambition, you will get better, because I think I took drawing a bit more seriously in either 2017 or 18, but I've been drawing since before, but I haven't really tried to focus on trying to improve or learn other aspects until like way later down the road. But in the beginning, when you're starting out, it's always have fun to start with the doodling process and then slowly build up over time. Because the way for my style, I kind of discovered how I make my characters is that, well, before I started incorporating more silhouette techniques that's been made in the past, but I can also kind of blend how I process things too. Because before I did the silhouette stuff, I started off with characters as it is, and then I take a look of the design, how I liked about it and what I disliked about it, and then I just change a few things and then slowly mold that over time. But it's more of a hobby, just for me personally. I've been trying to get more into it. Oh yeah. Yeah, if it's all a hobby, by all means, it does makes it easier as a mindset to have a bit more creative freedom to try some things as of a goal of when creating characters and stuff like that. But eventually, at some point, if you keep it fun and exciting, and then when you do find other ways to help you click easier to understand other skills, that but you don't have to force yourself to like improve like fast, but you can always take your time, which taking your time to improve is good from the hobby standpoint. But because you're really releasing the not the forced pressure yourself anything, but you just do it out of just for fun nature. But if you ever reach to a certain point that a lot of people do take interest in your work, then you could consider casually having art as a side gig, or other things that you want to have in mind that you want to do, or any short projects you want to do in the future. Do you create stories so much? I think your art style has potential for like a fantasy setting. Oh yeah, I do create stories, but I do like to play around with the fantasy concepts and also sci-fi too as well. So I kind of like mix those kind of two. But the main theme of my art style is the balance between cuteness and creepiness. So on other scales, I do have other characters that I kind of like has much more of a mythological alien species that I made up for Christella, but the way she evolves is kind of like creepy because instead of being a regular baby, you start off as this embryo fetus as you're born as it is, and then depending on which planet you're on, you do gain traits from other similar things from the environment that the body itself is gonna pick up its pros and cons. Then they'll develop body and muscles and stuff like that for at least when you get to the toddler point, then you kind of look like more normal, but it'll pick up like genes that will replicate to amalgamate into something like to ensure that that species that's used to that environment after until the age of 4, which pretty much is done incubating the structure of that creature's DNA. It could look like different variety of things, or it could look like something else, but it will exist those traits to have like its pros and the strengths outweighs the cons based on that planet. Kind of stuff like that. But yeah, I do come up with stories and stuff. But this character is just more of a fantasy setting, too, because it goes with the other stuff I have in mind for this. For this story is like completely separate from. Has to do with like creating my own kind of like my own custom Greek gods, kind of like, and then there's also other species who are just basically mortals, and then they do have their own powers and stuff like that. I think this one, she's pretty new, so I'll still have to come up with some other things, but I do have some notes. I draft some ideas about her personality already. But one point I'm thinking about maybe her origin could be something with like there is some kind of different planet that does turn crashing meteors into creatures similar like these. But then there's not many of them because the planet exists with a survival of the fittest aspect. So for those who survive, well, they can do whatever they want at that point, or if they want to travel to different dimensions and stuff and start exploring. But that's all I got so far from it, but I'll eventually have more time to think about it later as I further progress with other stuff too as well. So I'm just snowballing. Yeah. Kinds of reminds me of game Spore, but more of a humanized. Ah! Yeah. I do like Spore creatures though. I do used to play that a lot on Nintendo DS. But yeah, the idea of concept does sound like more of a Spore creatures kind of aspect. You're right about that one, actually. Because the Spore creatures, they do come from meteors and they crash, and then you just pick upgrades from like random body assets, and then it just grows based on there. But for this character, she doesn't have a species name yet. But the other Terranian species I was talking about was mostly, if I'll pull up my art station real quick because I can. That's the only art I can pull out real fast without digging into like too much folders. Oh wait, Epic wants to do a security step too. Okay, never mind. We're good. I just wanna. There we go. Yeah, I was just loading. Because I do have others over here. Now, for those, these are like a different characters for a different story. But most likely I was talking more about her like this. But this is much more, I drew her in a kid state. So, Veteranians can look like almost anything. But they can pick up genes based on the planet they're on. And then it just matches to the closest results. And then here's more examples of how I did some ideas with Veteranians too. And this was posted like more than a year and a half ago. Like, I think almost between like 1.75 years. So kind of like that. Because this I kind of have an idea. What if this Turanian was born around like some kind of like more of like the North Pole and South Pole Atlantic kind of stuff, but most likely filled with Atlantic creatures that's much more surrounded by ice, which ends up kind of looking like this. So, you know what? It kind of reminds me a little bit of the earlier movies of Bionicle, because every Bionicle has her own playset, and then they get their powers based on the, those culture and religion. Yeah, I never thought about that. I just figured that out. Okay. And this one I was just playing around with like the idea of like alien zombified animals. Kind of stuff like that. And then here's my Guyver thumbnail sketches I had. Oh, then and there's this one too. I may revisit this thumbnail over here because it's like a lot to do over here with that vortex. I don't know. I might come back to that later. If I got time. Go. I imagine we're like on space on stage. I agree. So maybe I did take some huge inspiration, some spores. Yeah, I'm starting to feel like that could be it. Because after quite a while, when you do create stuff, and then you kind of had to figure out and pinpoint, wait, how to get to point A to point B. What was really going on in my head? I had to see something that led to that point. I think the only concern about for this, the color palettes I have so far for her, much more if I pull up different character here. That Sai, yeah, Sai. It's getting a little bit too similar to this. But I can see why I chose those colors kind of like, because her skin is green. So it's kind of like much more of a Cyclops. And I kind of have some skin patches here so that she's also green and orange. Yeah, I like to imagine they're a type of species that focus more on carnivores and herbivore or both. But then, because in the end, we're all going to actually look like, let's see, where's my, should be here somewhere. Where is it? I know it's here. Oh, there it is. We're gonna be somewhere like miniaturized there, so I still got time to figure out the colors, but it's most likely going to be probably the default state when whenever I 3D model this. So got that, and then I'm just comparing to that. I mean, the major difference, again, obviously the difference between her and then her over here is most likely the pink tannish colors of her hair and fur at the top. And then the skin too as well, so that's a given. You guys have some patches in that. So maybe it's not as bad as that. But then I do have also a common theme I've been going around with cool and magenta colors, so as the main character rosters. I don't know, maybe I would play some Color Fury a bit when it comes to, well, that'll be like way later down the line once I try to figure out like what the menus are going to look like. So maybe you'd have to use that as difference. But still, either way, I think I'm forming like a theme here, but eventually once I do produce more of that, then I'll figure out a way, then I'll just start creating some rules to add to my art bible. But I can see there's a thing going on a bit for those there and all the other three. Your line work reminds me of Persona. I love it. Yeah, because Persona was much more like I think it was like manga. Yeah, manga, kind of manga slash anime-ish, because they use a lot of like deep dark dark lineup with using comic shading pretty much. Which basically makes the line art much more contrast. But although I never played a Persona game before, but I've seen the art style. So I don't know when I'll have. Probably if I do make time, because I'm always trying to play with Yakuza 0 at the moment. I'll have to figure out one day on Steam. Or pretty much just go on Wikipedia to learn more about the story, but then I'll be skipping the game mechanics.
Welcome to unrealization. We can prepare to kill the operation. It ain't fair, but I feel it with the nations. Raise the flag and do the preparation. Welcome to reality. There's no way back. Welcome to reality. Can't fuck with that. on top like forever, man. This is hard fucking beeping after aliens. We on top of the world, we the sapiens. Do you understand massive complication there? Do you really think you know what I'm
What brand is your microwave?
I'm old, call me Gandalf. You can shine, but I'm
Microwave?
off. Don't me wanna believe what I'm saying, but I cannot do this.
Or do you mean Mike? Kind of confused on that. Or is it like the outside noise? Oh, I recognize this song from somewhere. I don't know. Okay, I can pull up the title for that. It's called Surrender. No copyright songs release. And then I go down to music. I do hope that this would pull it up, though. Okay, yeah, good. Yeah, because you just visit the GitHub website that I kind of made. It's just a list of the credit list, the music that I'm playing on the stream. I go where the wind takes me. Do you two know each other? Channel activity. Oh, you're new here. Okay, hello, totally. How's it going? It must be the YouTube algorithm that's kind of selecting and recommending those kind of stuff here. It's most likely because, like, since you two like to follow each other or something like that, and it's like, okay, and then just linked you to my channel. It's kind of scary how smart the algorithm is. Oh, in real life. Ah, makes sense. I do know him, unfortunately. Gotcha. I'm sure you two are like best friends or something, or just regular friends. I sent him a pic of your stream. Oh. Okay, that's why now. Okay. It was human sharing labor. Right now, where am I going for? Art friends. Let's see. That's good. Everyone needs an artist group if anyone needs it. Just to chill, to extrovert just a little bit. I think I'm gonna go light with her little skirt here on the bottom legs. I gotta figure out what color though.
I could do something like that, kind of light. Let's see. Could work. But then the secondary layer will have to be slightly darker. I won't know till I try. And then now it's kind of blending in with the... Oh, let me see. E. Okay, so this has to be way darker kind of ish, but then this is already darker, so what am I saying? Okay, maybe a little bit lighter. So what you're drawing on, it's the middle of the night. Aren't you? Oh, okay. So I'm drawing on Clip Studio Paint. I know. Clip Studio Paint doesn't look like Clip Studio Paint if you put it on Light Theme. Because it's very, very rare for people to use Light Theme nowadays. I gotta say, if you're not planning to staring on a screen for more than like 12 hours, then you pretty much don't need dark theme. But except for Discord, because I like Discord on dark theme for whatever reason. Because I don't know the their color theory is not focused on an artistic standpoint, they're most focused on a design standpoint. Because the design standpoint for Discord is to make sure it's easily readable. So of course Light Theme would look that way. Or maybe I'm just used to Discord being too dark. Since I started out using Discord. Any fighting is in white mode is weird. Well, from a certain perspective, not all applications, because it depends on how you feel comfortable with too as well. Like, I know in the beginning we started all on browsers like Light Theme, but then when Dark Theme was introduced, I ended up liking Dark Theme over the Light Theme over for browsers, because I could see myself when if you're ever doing like long research, it does help with the with a bit more eye reading, in my opinion. But if you have like way older eyes or something like that, and then Dark Theme can make words a bit like blurry for some people. So, and then Light Theme does the opposite. So, it depends on the user ability's perspective, too, as well. It also depends how your eyes work well on the screen. Because some people do prefer Light Theme on Discord. It's a matter of, like, the context of being able to see read things. I just like the dark mode on Discord because it's just it's very still reminiscing to me. Because I do feel like it's a bit weird in my brain to see the Light Theme on Discord because I'm not used to it. But yeah, I do prefer Blender and light mode though. But I had to create my own light mode theme because I didn't like the Blender's new default themes at all. So I kind of made my own. Yeah, so this is like my Blender theme, custom theme over here. And because everything's, well, supposed to be dark, but nope. I just want light. When did you start? Well, technically, I was doing, drawing just for fun up until, like, my junior year of high school.
and that's when I slowly started taking it more seriously. But I've been technically, if you do want to count those times, I did draw, but most like it was more like a kid's doodle thing. But I know what a reason between 5th and 6th grade when in elementary. That's when I start doing more 3D dimensional stuff, but it wasn't an Amity serious, or it was an Amity serious. But I just still have some of my very old drawings from what I did when I was a kid, but it's like it's like different. But it was much more like mixed in with like, you know, weird fandom stuff between like, because I think at the time when anime injects in people's brain when they're kids, they kind of like make amalgamations of fan art, but then replace them in like some random like customized OC character kind of thing, but based on that environment and stuff like that. About not getting all the context accurate, but then just winging it. So it's almost like you pretend to be characters in already established brands, but you roleplay as like some form of amalgamation mind you have in that. That's the kind of art I used to make when I was a kid a lot. But then Tweet was around at that time, but then I kind of that's kind of the only character that most likely survived out of that. But then I kind of ripped mostly 80% of it what he was before. Then I use it at least once in a while. Everyone has at least one self-insert. I agree. Yeah, about the age I was into art, pretty much. Because I think Cartoon Network and, well, maybe Adult Swim, because every once in a while it'll just show up. And other, like, CW4 Kids stuff, the Saturday cartoons, they did, really, drag to the interest the type of person like me to actually start curiosity with art in the first place. Meanwhile, I really don't know the real. When I was a kid, I didn't really know the real intentions why the style was created that way. It was technically, in a business sense, production value, when to save money and stuff like that, but also have it much more stylized in a way that's still interesting enough for the audience, but also save money and time to produce those content. But Kid Me did not know that, so it likes things, it sees things, and it draws. Very simple, primitive brain back then. I remember shipping Gumball and Darwick back then, and I didn't know Darwin was a guy. Oh god. Yeah. I do remember there was one episode of Gumball they did make fun of like fan art people for whatever reason. And for whatever reason, I think in 2017 they tried to ship Mordecai and Twilight from My Little Pony or something like that. That was a weird fandom moment for that. Like shipping like so many other characters, it doesn't make any sense. But it's hilariously funny. But you know what's funny? I think that the new seasons of Amazing Weird of Gumball is taking some inspirations how people act weird nowadays, and it's affecting the show to a new perspective of Gumball. But it's more weird. It's more weirder as the title states, but it's getting more insanely a bit more creepier as time goes by. If you deeply reflect about it, kind of a bit. But the jokes are still funny though, because there are still adult jokes being referenced in that show.
Because I don't know, is it just me or it's just like the newer seasons of Gumball are slowly making everyone just like psycho crazy. I mean, they're already crazy to begin with, but not like. But some characters kind of had their own resentment, pretty much. I think the weirder the era of the internet, it was the else. Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. That is true. That is true. That makes sense. Yeah. Because to be honest, when I was watching the newer Penny mindset, and then this is so far, but it could change as more seasons go by. But in the older Penny mindset from the original series of Gumball, she had a bit more of a bit more like more of a stable mindset, in my opinion, because she has her own things and usual things. But as the newer seasons kind of went by for the newer ones since they rebooted it, she started exhibiting certain behaviors that some things that Gumball would technically do. I mean, it's not very much a drastic change, but I can see certain seeds. I mean, I don't know, it could be foreshadowing something, but we'll see in the future, because they already made the plot hole itself as part of the plot. And it somehow still makes sense. Because they pretty much fixed up things about the fourth wall and stuff like that with the show. I didn't know YouTube has emojis. Yeah, they do. But I think my chat just converted into Discord language. Popcorn yellow stripped smile. Popcorn yellow stripped smile. I remember the Prime Undertale era. Now that was a rabbit hole. Oh yeah, rabbit hole has too many alternate timelines there, which is a good thing. Oh, that's some creative sentence there.
Do you watch anime? So which animes do you think are underrated? Well, I'm still on. I'm working on watching Bleach chronologically this time. I mean, I think I'm on the Final Gensuta Ichigo part with Aizen, but everything else when I was a kid, I did dip between like multiple YouTube videos and wikis from trying to understand Bleach. But after kind of watching like Bleach chronologically so far, I thought I was expecting like Bleach to be like this whole long planned years of different like a very well built timeline. But then as I got through, everything was short span mostly to from between the now up to like the Aizen fight. It's like mostly every happened within 6 months, which is a very quick situation. And plus with the filler arcs, which someone told me with other reason why the filler arcs appeared, it's very hilarious how they managed to fit in and all that with the canon timeline. And it is just hilarious how the certain plot holes of that, even though it's a good show, but there's certain funny plot holes about how Ichigo balances life with other things going on in his life, which is inhumanly impossible in such short time span. But I just find it a little bit hilarious on that kind of side. Like, I mean, probably he didn't do that much homework within 4 months, and maybe that's why he got depressed after the Aizen fight, I guess. I don't know. But maybe because I don't know how the school system works there, but yeah. So, but other shows. Well, I'm not going to count Dragon Ball Z because that's everyone's, people watch that when they were kids. So there's that. I think ReZero was really one that was very intriguing. But I did start watching JoJo when I was 22. I mean 20, yeah. I think I watched me, but relative consistency pushes me. Yeah, the consistency, it gets confusing after the Soul Society arc. And then you're just playing like shoots and darts, like how did this happen over here and there, and then when they had to take like certain breaks, they decided to like, okay, we're gonna pause this on the main arc, and we're just gonna do some random Saturday morning cartoon moments. Which is like, how can you have like just like pause at the moment? So it's like, all right, guys, we're gonna do some something else for like a few days, and then we'll come back at the same exact spot, and I'll re-break my bones and kneecaps, and we'll resume the fight as it is. Or maybe all the fillers are just simply just Aizen's sword just creating all these illusions for the audience, so he can delay his inevitable ability. Personally, I like Sea Moon's stand. Oh yeah, I agree, because it changes gravity's directions. I did like how creative that stand was. Yeah, but now we're just waiting for Steel Ball Run. Which I would love to know a little bit more about that. Yeah, and a silent voice was a good one too as well. Haven't read the manga. I'm so blind. Yeah, I never read the manga for those two, but I went from skippity dobbing John Jones with the Wikipedia stuff and just read Reddit stuff and just to piece everything out. I haven't watched JoJo, but I've seen clips of it. Are insane. Yeah, there was a lot of memes that came out from that. The To Be Continued meme is one of the most popular ones. Because they had a much more it worked for many like Vine shorts. But then because they abused that much more all the way up to the end of Battle Tendency, but they still do have the To Be Continued, but the music for Roundabout, they stopped using it after Battle Tendency. And then in 2016, I think this one of a meme blew up, "Oh, You're Approaching Me," which is basically Dio and Jotaro just walking close to each other just to fight. Which the manga panel itself that spread across, so like a lot of memes for that. And then walking became a meme for whatever reason. But I didn't really get where it came from or nor understand it yet until like when I started watching JoJo and during COVID. I didn't know what's Kira's theme until I discovered it. Oh yeah, Yoshi Kira Cage's theme. Yeah, the end of it. That was also a meme too. Because I did watch one other meme that someone was building some kind of very large card stack or something, or some kind of like very architectural stuff, but it can easily be like tripped over because the way the balance structure was, and then some old idiot just destroyed it. Yeah, I find that hilarious. But as a like the template of that kind of meme, if something drastically bad happen. Yeah. Can't believe I forgot that one. I'm curious. Totally not ADQ. How are you number 2? Because you came out of nowhere, then Machi has been doing all the chatting here, and then you're somehow number 2. That doesn't make any sense. What's going on? I mean, I don't understand how the top fans point system works, but oh, no wonder you're both at the same XP level. But there's so many other people that's stuck on 75 XP. That makes sense now. Hey, hello. Hello Mark, how's it going? I'm just doing some chatting and also drawing at the same time. How about you? I think because he's active on Twitch. Oh, never mind. You're number 1 now. You did it. Because everyone was in ties with 75 XP. Just scrolling on top of my FYP and I saw you live. Nothing much. Okay, cool. Well, I think we were talking about like JoJo anime memes where they had like in the past. Oh yeah, there was also the gun thing. The gun thing that come out like out of the paper when it's shot at Josuke. That's also another one. But the funniest part is that only worked as an internet joke with the Goosebumps theme. Maybe you could just explain the paper scene. When non-watchers. I only got through part 1 of JoJo's. I'm slacking. Yeah. Here's what I think. Part 1 is part 1 and part 2 is part 2, but I think part 2 only has like a few significance of stuff, but part 3 is actually really when the show actually starts. Because part 1 and part 2 was well, there was I'd never watched Fist of the North Star, but I do see there was some references in design choices they got. It's very similar to that, which is but pretty much when Stardust Crusader starts, that's when they actually start being original, instead of being like a parody version of it. SBR. I should pick up with it again since it's been hype is coming back big time. Oh, SBR would be big. Yeah. Oh, Steel Ball Run. Yes, Steel Ball Run. Oh yeah, for sure. Especially when actually Dio does technically return in Steel Ball Run, but instead of a vampire, he becomes a dinosaur. He was like literally a T-Rex. And then some whatever time reason, which is a reference to Stardust Crusaders, another alternate timeline version of Dio will come out to replace him, which he has the world. Yeah, but I can't wait to see Steel Ball Run on. But it's going to be a Netflix original, of course, which they're going to have a lot more budget now since they have Warner Brothers. But well, technically, I think the studio functions on their own. It's just something with Netflix has some sort of deal. I have to research that, like how they got it to be a Netflix original for that. But hello, Callaway 1 2 3 4 5 6. How's it going? Even they even say Jesus is a JoJo reference. I don't know what's real. Yeah, I'm good. How about you? Oh, I'm just talking about we're just talking about JoJo at this point. And currently in the chat, but mostly on YouTube though. But overall, I'm just making some art. Oh god, your art's so good. Thank you. Yeah. If you do want to take a look at my Blue Sky social, I do post whips from time to time. And also, I do have, I do 3D stuff too as well. Hello, Twitch chatters. We don't speak of it. What do you mean? Dang, competition is. Oh, yeah. Oh, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. I haven't checked on YouTube so far, but like because I think I got a lot more subscribers since this morning, since I posted like a lot of stuff on there. So yeah, updated copy of Sam. Oh, just subscribe. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, I eventually gotta update my my YouTube and the streams art style because it's way different. I had it there since for quite a while, but we'll eventually do something. So, because my plan is that I won't do any like 2D emotes to pop up as just subscribing that. I'll replace it much more with GIFs of 3D renders of my avatar instead, because I can modularly just produce that stuff like real quick in case I want to change something slightly on the fly, and then I can get like more emojis out of them. So yeah, so some of the stuff and the be right back and starting stream soon. Definitely going to change that too with the something different, but with much more, probably more the 3D render kind of like loop back and forth. But I got some ideas. It just needs a slight update. Yeah, Dane, I barely looked at the art, but sick stuff today. Thank you. Yeah. ACLE, so we just did like my ideation that led up to it. Yeah, then I got some ideas how this went over here too as well. But then I kind of changed up her mystic kind of power like device like. GIF sounds they were cool for that. Yeah, for sure. And then it may also makes it easier to implement ideas for anyone who wants to request any like Discord emotes in the future too as well, instead of just like drawing 1,000 of them like repeating. Well, I mean it is easy to draw the thousands of them, but it does take time. But for 3D, it does save time a little bit more because you do know I do know stuff about 3D, and I can do something in Substance Painter, so it just still makes stylized and stuff. So it's the same thing with that. Hi, Sophie. How's it going? Those TB genre, that could be the emotes. Oh yeah, for sure. Well, whenever I make the game character models for her, eventually, I could always just like refrow them as emotes eventually too as well. So That's another modular way to reuse my art assets, so yeah, that's a good idea. Even though technically they're designed for like the game character's appearance. Makes sense. But I think I'm going to be learning a lot more this year because instead of doing like Unreal Engine, I used to do Unreal Engine a lot, but with blueprints and that. But I noticed something with Godot that kind of intrigued me with 3D much more specifically, and they do have much more like not that as much labor options to do stuff with NPR, because I think on Unreal Engine you have to create your NPR from scratch. And but it will be a really interesting language code to learn from that too as well, from how Godot's, because Godot is similar to like Python or something. But they do have an option that instead of using a GD script, you could use C++, but I only know from how to build blueprints, but I never touched C++ before. But I know Unreal gives you like 2 options though. But the principles of the Boolean statements of games, it's pretty much, the concept is still the same. It's just slightly different. It's almost like jumping from software to software. But yeah, hello, Callo, how's it going? Yeah. Just keep in mind, don't spam too much with too much highs, because that's 3 variants of highs. But be chill. But we're good. Oh no, you're fine, Machi. You're not spamming. I'm talking about Callo. You're good. Because because Callo already said like hi like 3 times. Highs. Oh, we're going for sounds now. Okay, so. Alright. Oh. Okay, then I can go through here to get there. Overall, I did feel I did get progress done, of course, but I'm totally fine just having conversations just to pause for a little bit, because since I have that once a week time to like just to interact with people with my work socially, so it's totally valid, because I will also work off stream, so. But I still feel like we made progress though. Okay. Although I gotta come up with a video next week though, because I do have some thought and ideas about creating a video log about more of my experience with creating comic scripts so far, and then just breaking it down what I've learned. I think I'll hit the sack for now, but hope you finished your drawing. Learned a lot from you. Oh, thank you, thank you. Yeah, but if you have any questions, just let me know. And then if you want me to clarify some things, I can. Yeah, because as long as if it works for you to understand or anything, then that's great on your end.
Because I'm also trying to learn how to communicate things better when it comes to talking or explaining to and socially. But you can also learn by also observing too as well, and drawing to your own conclusions. Might come back for your streams. Okay. I used to do streams twice a week, but then I reduced it to once a week so I can have time to do YouTube videos. But I think once a week is pretty much good enough because it's just a refresher for when everyone has like a certain time frame to get back to. Start chatting to other people. Because I knew, I think it's still kind of the current vibes of YouTube or any social media to encourage you to post daily or else. But, as an individual person, I learned that it's not healthy to do that, but a lot of people still do it anyways because it's another form of brainwash of like, you gotta have like the standard of being invincible on everything. Which I don't have the plate for making daily videos. I also must make a treat to leave. Okay. Goodbye. But I hope I see you around. Thanks for tuning in. Toodles. Yeah, I think my stream is going to end in 6 minutes anyways. Because I keep it to 4 hours and 30 minutes at least. So I can have time to just, eat. Darn, I arrived late again. No worries. I mean, I'm starting to have a bit more consistent schedule with streaming for Friday mornings at the moment. So, as long as I stick to that Fridays mornings, well, 80% of the time when possible, then yeah. Because on Discord, I do announce on my stream schedule when it happens every once a week. So if you take a look at the announcements, I do try to announce it at the end of Saturday, but this week I forgot because I was too busy at everyone to say it's Christmas and Happy New Year's and stuff like that. So I was like, oh darn, I forgot all about that. But yeah, I'll announce the stream schedule tomorrow
But I think it's likely going to be the same, and maybe we'll see. I forgot to color your thumb. Alrighty. I think this is a good save point here. Alright, I'm gonna have to end the stream so I can get something to eat. Otherwise, I'll get lost in my own work in progress, which I keep 30 hours a week on any given project or whatever I'm doing. So I could say maybe next week will be likely the same time frame of streaming on the Fridays on 8 to 12:30. But best if you check out the Discord with the social media link below. Let me just type that. And then if you do join my Discord, I do try to post my stream schedule every Saturday. So, anywho, thank you all for watching. I think today was a great stream in terms of like conversations and engagement and interacting. So, I think we had a great stream. So, this is awesome. Alright, I gotta go now. Peace.